Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
5 brain cells, 4 aren't working. There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
How's it going? I was feeling a little bit better this morning, but now I don't feel that good again. Seems like the longer the day goes, the more it just kind of not really sure. Got stuffy nose, runny nose, you know, and I don't know, a little bit of a fever, not much though, not big. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll feel better. Who knows? And there's Benny and Clancy again. Yeah, so there's a case that was, I think it's sort of kind of like my father's alibi case, where like everybody kind of knew the answer over the years, and then they finally made the arrest in a case. I don't think we ever covered it, but you know, it might be interesting to take a look at it. But as usual, guys, every single night on here I do the shows. You guys support the channel. Alright, so let me I'll show you where we're at, you know, again on the animation, but then we're going to go do the Doris Worrell, then we'll go back, and depending on how I feel, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I take Tylenol all day. Yeah. Well, goes up the stairs. And probably when he gets in there, and that's when it sounds like Kaylee's playing with the dog, and you know, that catches the interest of Dylan downstairs. He's probably on the bed, sitting there going, "Oh, what's going on?" Thanks, Allie Kate. And Xana is dropping off the DoorDash in the kitchen.
Ocean wave emoji.
Sees the slider open, and then starts hearing maybe some sound upstairs. Did that just freeze? What happened right there? Oh. That's weird. It just kind of froze. Why does it stop right there? That doesn't even make any sense. Huh. Weird. Just did it again. Here, let me try to shut it down and open it back up. Thanks, Timothy Moore. We don't know if it's the same, but maybe something similar, who knows. Uh-oh. Hope we're not having one of those weird, you know, like the memory starting to screw up. Let's see. Then Santa goes up the steps. That's when she heard someone say, "Is there somebody here?" That's when Xana's going up the stairs. That's where she hears wank, sounds like crying. She's in there, that's when he's like, that's when he hits the artery of Ethan on the bed, and then now he's carving over on the legs. Yeah, it's hard to make it look normal, but he's doing that, and then I still have when he's leaving. You know, so I got still more to go in the room. I was thinking today though, what if he goes? Do you think he could have gone to the bathroom? Because remember how the defense said that it looked like there was some cleanup? So what if he goes to the bathroom after he thought he kind of killed both of them, right? And then when he goes to the bathroom, when he's in there, that's when he hears the whimpering sound and realizes Xana's still alive, and then just comes right out of that bathroom right there. And again, the crying sound from the bathroom, you know, so it sounded like it was the same. But he comes out of the bathroom, and then that's when he attacks her again, but right before he says, "It's okay, it's okay, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you." What do you think of that? Hey, thanks, Cary, Florida. Yeah, and so somebody was saying that she's prone, like laying on her stomach, feet first. So, like maybe when I have this side right here, she's face first towards the door, but then when she gets up again, and then maybe makes her way kind of heading towards Ethan, and that's why she's crying, like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And then he comes back, "That's okay, I'm going to help you." Then he attacks her again, and then she falls, you know, like in the same spot basically, but turned around. What do you think of that? I don't think there's 679 people here. It's just another glitch. If there's 690 people, hit the like button. If it gets up to 200, I'd believe it, but it won't do that. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. It took like all last night and today just to get it to where it is, just that little bit, But right now it's 2 minutes and 8 seconds. And then this will be when he's leaving. So I have this part twice, so you can see how you can see bushy eyebrows in that shot right there.
I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Thanks, Kami.
Missing last night and glad to be here today. Thanks, Gray. Your animations are the absolute best.
You know what I'm going to do next? I think I'm going to do the 911 call animation. I think it'll be kind of interesting, because you just have it be like out, let's see, we got to the, they're right up here, so like the hunter would walk down the hall, the door would be open, and he would just see, and he'd keep going, but then Dylan and Bethany would still be back here. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of interesting to see that. Yep. Hey, Play-Doh. All right. So we'll get back to this later. So the Doris Worrell case, that's back in 2006. Mrs. Doris Annette Spillers Worrell, age 39, of Douglas, Georgia, passed away on Wednesday, September 20th. Mrs. Worrell, a native of Fort Valley, Georgia, was born September 18, 1967, daughter of Elizabeth Holt Spillers and the late Wilbur Johnson Spillers. She was a graduate of the University of Georgia, a former elementary school teacher, East Side School, etc. Survivors include husband John Worrell, daughters Amelia Worrell, Alex Worrell, and Paola Yarberry. Yeah, so I think that this Paola Yarberry is actually their, if I remember right, that's their nanny right there. Okay, and this is another article from back then. Friends of Doris hold the memories dear. On a breezy Thursday, 2 days later, Leanne gathered with others to mark the one-year anniversary. Let's see. The GBI is still investigating the shooting death last October. Governor Sonny Perdue issued an executive order offering a reward of $5,000 for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individuals responsible for the murder. She was actually killed in their own business, which is like a sort of a fun center. John Worrell and his children have moved to Florida. We're still searching for answers, said cousin Deanna Spiller. Thursday, friends and family members wore purple clothes, purple bracelets, etc. at the Westfield schools where Doris was a cheerleader and graduated with honors in 1985. Purple balloons were released in the quadrangle near a memorial bench. Let's see. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, there was almost no articles back then about it. However, maybe we have the press conference here, and so maybe if we watch that, we can get the whole story. I watched a 4-part documentary it was on crime something, I can't remember the name, like on YouTube. It was a 4-part series, and it's pretty crazy, the story. Had something to do with the nanny and the husband and life insurance and, just garbage. Hold on.
Again, Leann.
It'll be louder in a second.
GGLE. There will be a time. It's only 10 minutes of questions.
In Douglas, Georgia. I'd like to start by stealing a quote from a former president. Sometimes slow, steady effort is rewarded with justice that arrives like a thunderbolt. Today, that slow, steady justice and that thunderbolt is to announce the arrest of John Worrell.
Oh, that's
for
not
the murder of his.
That's not the one. This one here. I was wondering why it was so quiet. I did a different version of it. It's gonna be a lot louder.
Correct spelling is Leann. It's only 10 minutes of questions. Once that 10 minutes is up, there will be no more questions. Any questions now? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Seacrest.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us here today. I'd like to start by introducing a few of the people that are up here that you haven't heard yet. The first would be Miss Leann Tuggle, whose name was just given. She is the sister of Doris Worrell. We have Sheriff Fred Cole of Coffee County and his Chief Deputy, Marcus Dunlap. To my left is Assistant District Attorney John Rumker, and to his left are some of the current agents from the GBI Region 4 Field Office in Douglas, Georgia. I'd like to start by stealing a quote from a former president.
That's her right there.
Sometimes slow, steady effort is rewarded with justice that arrives like a thunderbolt. Today, that slow, steady justice and that thunderbolt is to announce the arrest of John Worrell for the murder of his then wife, Doris Worrell. Doris was a loving mother to 3 children, a devoted daughter, an interior designer, a school teacher, a committed member of First Baptist Church in Douglas, Georgia. She was known as a loving and caring person by all who knew her. But that came to an end on September 20th, 2006, when Coffee County 911 received a call that Doris was shot and killed inside of John's Sports Park. We're presenting a picture taken by Robert Preston and his crew that day of John Worrell on the ground crying, where many believed he was a grieving husband and his wife a victim of a robbery gone wrong. He had the sympathy of many in the community because of this situation. And the theories began to emerge early in the investigation as to what happened to Doris. One lead indicated that this may have been retaliation by someone that John had banned from his business. This was investigated and found not to be true. Eventually, information was obtained that John and Doris were having marital issues. Part of these issues included John's inappropriate relationship with his then live-in nanny, Paula Yarberry.
Yeah, so she was even on the...
Because of this, John was
obituary.
concerned that if he divorced Doris, he would lose his children. And it's those thoughts that led him to begin recruiting someone to murder his wife. And that's what led us to September 20th, 2006, when he succeeded in that conspiracy. After Doris's murder, when John lost the sympathy of the community and the investigation began to highlight him, he did what murderers do. He ran. First, he went to Fernandina Beach, Florida, and then after a short time, he went to Costa Rica. Paula was sent to an immigration detention facility where she was eventually deported back to Venezuela because she did not have the appropriate paperwork. You're now seeing a picture that was taken from investigative reporting done by Crime Watch Daily.
Yeah, that's the one.
This shows John and Paula in Costa Rica together. Because shortly after being deported, Paula went to Costa Rica. And although they denied a relationship, there they were, living together, raising John and Doris's children as if they were their own. Now, in the early stages of the investigation, Glidden Rodriguez and Brandon Cage were arrested for conspiracy to commit the murder of Doris. As the investigation continued, it was determined that there was not enough to convict either person, so the charges were dropped. But the investigation did not stop. There were agents and investigators all over the county constantly running down leads and trying to pursue justice for this family. In recent years, law enforcement learned that John and Paula had ended their romantic relationship, and John had moved back to the United States, where some of his children attended college. It was also during this time that a new agent was assigned to this case as part of the regular GBI cold case review process. This agent did another deep dive into the investigation. And based on the information that we had built over the years, created what I like to call an investigative game plan. The GBI and the Coffee County Sheriff's Office then implemented this game plan, which included traveling to Costa Rica, where Paula eventually cooperated. Now, based on the firm foundation that was built by the initial agents who responded to the scene and the investigators from the Sheriff's Office who relentlessly worked this investigation, as well as additional information that was either learned, confirmed, or corroborated in recent years, and along with Paula's cooperation, investigators were able to obtain the following arrest warrants for John: felony murder, malice murder, aggravated battery, and conspiracy to commit murder. John was arrested by the GBI and the Coffee County Sheriff's Office on May 20th, 2025 in Maryville, Missouri, where he'd been residing in recent years. That same day, John waived extradition, and last night, he was returned to a cell in the Coffee County Jail. The GBI and the Coffee County Sheriff's Office are working together to complete their case file so that it can be turned over to the District Attorney's Office for review and prosecution. District Attorney Marilyn Bennett was unable to attend today due to a prior commitment. However, she asked that I read this statement on her behalf. This week's arrest marks a pivotal moment in the investigation into the death of Ms. Doris Worrell, and our office looks forward to working with our law enforcement partners, the GBI, and the Coffee County Sheriff's Office to bring closure to Ms. Worrell's family, this community, and in accordance with the Georgia law and the pursuit of justice. Sheriff Cole.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for being here. I'm Fred Cole, Sheriff of Coffee County, and as I stand before you today, I am filled with a mix of emotions: relief, gratitude, and yes, even sorrow. Relief that after nearly 2 decades, we are finally able to take the step toward justice. Gratitude for the unwavering dedication of our partners at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and our own investigators who refuse to let this case go cold. And sorrow because while we are here to announce a significant development, it serves as a reminder of the tragic and senseless loss of Doris Worrell, and for her children who have not only lost their mother, but now has lost their father. I want to be clear, this case was never forgotten. And while the road has been long and often frustrating, we have never gave up. Justice delayed is still justice. And today we honor Doris and her loved ones with a long-awaited breakthrough. For years, this case had remained unresolved, a source of pain and frustration for many. But I also want to thank the steadfast leadership of my predecessor, Sheriff Doyle Wooten. His commitment to this case laid the groundwork for our investigators from the Coffee County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to keep this case at the forefront. After nearly 19 years, their persistence has paid off. On Monday, May 19th, I, along with Special Agent Alex Julian of the GBI, traveled to Maryville, Missouri, where John Worrell was residing. Tuesday morning, May 20th, at approximately 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time, John was taken into custody without incident. This moment is a testament to the strength of teamwork and preservation and the belief that justice must always be pursued no matter how much time has passed. In closing, I also want everyone to understand this is not the only case our office, along with the GBI, is actively pursuing. And if you were involved in any of these heinous crimes, I want you to know this: we are coming. You can expect a knock on your door because justice will be served. And I'd also like to send a special thank you to our partners in Missouri: Master Sergeant Justin Johnson with the Missouri Highway Patrol, Sheriff Austin Hand and the Nottoway County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Bill Pewitt and the Buchanan County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Britton and Investigator Ralph Wheeler with the Buchanan County Career Criminal Unit, and Investigator B.P. Miller and Sergeant Mark Wilhoit with the Operation Relentless Pursuit, and Chief Mike Stolte of the Maryville Police Department. Each of these agencies were instrumental in the arrest of Mr. Worrell, and I can't thank them enough. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to invite Leanne Tuggle, Miss Doris' sister, to come say a few words.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to have to read just a little bit because I had a little something done to my eye the other day and woke up to the news. I would like to thank the SAC Seacrest for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And I would like to thank all of...
Man, he moved in the middle of nowhere. But as we're watching this, you guys, if you guys could please help support the channel. This is why I don't, I always feel like I can't cover something else, because look at how we're playing this, and we're only at 1/12 of a nightly goal. And everybody just sort of ignores the channel and everything when we're doing the press conferences, etc., etc., etc. But I took the time to get the little cell phone version of this, fix all the audio, put it together, put it out here. We're going over that now. But if you have the ability to, I'd appreciate your support. I know it's not interesting to people that are only into one case, but it shouldn't matter on here.
The members of the law enforcement who have worked diligently and tirelessly for the last 19 years on this case. And at times, people would come up to me and say, "What's going on? Anything going on? Is it just a cold case? Just a dead case?"
I mean, the house that she lived in, this is where John was arrested, in this little tiny town in Missouri. I mean, look at that. Like, there isn't even any, you can't even see a city anywhere near here if you look at it. And that's the biggest one for miles and miles and miles. Crazy. Yeah, it's way up in that little... So he probably moved to a place where he was kind of hidden away from people. Yeah, I don't really care. It says I have 179, yeah. I'm sure I don't even have that many. But, right, I'm the only one that knows how to do it. I can do it live, too. But I need your guys' support, you guys. I mean, this isn't, I'm not feeling well. I could go do something else, but I'm here to do the show tonight, all right? All right.
I'm like, no, it's alive. They're working. So all of this work paid off.
We had like 300 people watching, but as soon as they see, oh, it's something else for a minute, I forget. I got to go do something.
Tuesday morning, when John was arrested in Missouri, Sheriff Cole and your agents, I would like to thank you, if I haven't already just said that. The GBI and the Sheriff's Department have been wonderful, along with countless other people who have helped, who have said prayers, who have said encouraging words to me and family members. over the years. You're just greatly appreciated. Next, I'd like to just try to tell you a little bit about my little sister, since she has not been here for nearly 20 years. She was my one and only sibling, born just after I turned 3 years old. And a funny story that some of you have heard before was when my aunts brought me home and let me watch her lying in her crib. I said, "How long are we going to keep her?" And Mama said, "Forever." And when she became my forever friend, I meant that we were true and forever. And she was my baby sister, and I was going to take care of her. We were very close through all of our lives. That doesn't mean we didn't have some sibling arguments, probably about clothes, and the sharing of who's got which shirt and who's got which pair of pants, but nothing more than a little squabble here and there. I think that makes even better siblings. But I was the brunette. I was the one focused on serious things and learning about business and how it worked. She was the blonde. She was the cute one, the artsy one, the gymnastic one. Some of my cousins are sitting out in the audience, and they can attest that during her first years, she walked on her head more than she walked on her hands, and stood on her head more than she walked on her feet. She could draw anything. I could hand her a picture or say, "Hey, can you draw me a picture of that flower that we saw a little while ago?" She'd just whip it right out. I'm like, "How do you do that? How do you have a talent and I don't?" But just wonderful. Another talent was she loved children. So she left Fort Valley, Georgia in 1985, went to the University of Georgia and received an interior design degree, came back to Fort Valley and worked at an interior decorator shop for several years. When she was engaged and she knew she would be moving to Douglas, she decided that probably rather than try to start a design shop by herself, she would become a teacher like our mother had been. And so she took a few classes at Mercer, earned her teaching degree, and taught elementary school for several years. Once she had at least 2 children, and the timeline gets a bit foggy because I was...
It looks like Yarberry's, the maid's dad, lives in Florida.
Busy with my own life also.
And that's right where he moved to right after, with her.
She stayed at home, and she was a full-time mom, and she loved being a mommy more than anything in this world. She was the perfect mommy. She stayed with him at home. She stayed with him at the family beach house in Florida. She babysat for other people's children. She continued helping at her church. She helped the children there. She wanted the little ones to know about Jesus. She wanted them to know how to draw. She probably even taught them how to turn a cartwheel or two somewhere along the way. But we were very close. We spoke every day on the phone, and the last time I spoke to her was the day before she was murdered. Let's see. I think I jotted down what I wanted to say, and I covered it mostly. She was a very kind person. Sometimes she was too kind for her own good. A great example is when she offered Paula a place to stay. Paula did not have a place to stay. She was by herself. She was about 14 or 15 years old, and my sister said, "Sure, you can stay on our sofa." Well, the nights on the sofa grew longer. She stayed longer. I don't know the total time that she stayed without looking it up. But her being kind is ultimately what caused her death. So I hate that about her. But she left with her the legacy of a Proverbs 31 woman. You know, she's clothed in strength and dignity, and she speaks wisely. And I reflected back on Mother's Day, which was just a couple of weeks ago, and I became quite teary-eyed because I thought, I've missed my mom for a while, and I've missed my sister for a long while, and I've missed her children. And that's hard to go from her being 39 to her being 50.
You know what's weird is there's like they have 3 kids that have probably been indoctrinated over the years, and now the truth is coming out. I wonder how and this aunt here hasn't ever probably even met them after the deaths.
7 now.
After the death.
Oh, she's missed her children growing up. She's missed my children. She's missed a lifetime of fun and a lifetime of happiness that wasn't hers to lose at that time. Someone else chose. And I've saved the part that's the nearest to my heart until the end. When Doris was murdered, she left behind 3 young children, 2 girls and a 3-year-old little boy. And we were used to spending lots and lots of time with them, maybe a time or 2 a month. But after her murder, we saw them off and on for 4 to 5 months. And after that, there was nothing. There was nothing. It was all shut down. I don't know. They were too young to make those decisions. So someone in charge made the decisions of no Facebook, no Instagram, no whatever the social media was before Facebook. There was none of that. No phone calls. Not even my mother got to speak to them. She died not knowing where they were. So we've not had any contact with them in all those years, since probably 5 to 6 months after Doris was killed. I call them children.
Yeah, that sucks.
I know they're adults. But we've missed out on their childhood. We've missed out on their high school graduations. We've missed out on their college graduations, watching them play sports. We've missed it all. And it's not just me. It's my children, it's my husband, it's the cousins in the family. It's the everyone. We miss them. And if any of you are watching today, I would like to say, please come home. You have a home with us. We will welcome you with open arms. We love you. We've always loved you. We've prayed for you. Others we know have prayed for you. And I know that you have not been able to know that information, so I'm telling it to you now. Just, we love you. we want what's best for you. And we want you back. Thank you.
Wow. So many times in these cases, we get caught up in the offender.
So what's weird is that Yarborough, the daughter there, the one that they brought in at 15 years old, then became the maid, and then he took off with her. She's been acting as the parent. So is she still the one that the kids are all, like, hey, all right, like acting like she's good? She's part of the whole thing. They probably cut her a deal to say something. But as you can see, you guys, the support for the channel during that entire press conference so far has been 0. So we're currently at 1/11th of the entire, the nightly goal. So if there's any chance that all you guys are out there can help support the channel, allows us to keep doing these shows, etc., I would appreciate it.
It's not often that we get to hear such an emotional story from the family of the victim. The lifetime lost, the relationships lost. Thank you, Leanne. I want to move on to the collaboration that occurred to get us here. I know that frequently these cold cases have been getting more and more attention through social media, through podcasts, and there's always questions raised. So let me tell you what it takes to solve a cold case.
It's hard to keep it alive on nights like this.
It's collaboration. It's collaboration between a local sheriff's office or a police department and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. When we work together, we develop a plan, and we follow that plan, we may not have instantaneous success, but we will have success. And going on that, I'd like to recognize a few people that were important in this investigation. I mentioned earlier the firm foundation of the initial agents and investigators that responded. While this case went cold, it is no fault of theirs. It has nothing to do with their desire or their investigative skill. What we did today is based off what they did then. And we have several who are here. Would you please stand? These are the two that could come. We have several that are watching live streamed. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the current agents at GBI Region 4. Specifically, step up, Special Agent Alex Julian. This is the agent that was assigned this case several years ago, did another in-depth review, worked with Sheriff Cole to then develop a game plan, followed that game plan, and got us here today.
Yeah, it looks like an FBI.
And the agents that you see standing next to him, as well as an intelligence analyst, supported the entire time. This case was a constant lunch table conversation of investigative ideas of how to proceed. This group has done tremendous work. This is not the first major cold case they have solved, and I don't think it's going to be the last. Great job. To the Coffee County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Cole and prior Sheriff Doyle Wooten were a hammer about the Worrell case. I believe it was even Sheriff Wooten who first said, let's go to Costa Rica. And Sheriff Cole has driven this bus to say, let's go, let's go, let's go. And we continue to work through it. Working with the Coffee County Sheriff's Office has been outstanding. We appreciate the cooperation. We appreciate the trust, because it takes a lot of trust to work these cases together. Sheriff Cole already mentioned out-of-state law enforcement that assisted. The law enforcement in Missouri that Sheriff referenced were phenomenal. From the first phone call, they started surveillance. They started running record searches. They started giving us the information we needed, and without that, we could not have done what we did. The initial arrest was also done without incident, all because of their work to prepare for us to get there. The quick extradition was done because of the work they prepared to do before we got there. So thank you. Now, cold case processes. How do we work these? How do we become successful? What are the challenges? The challenges are the current cases that we work. While there can be an idea that there's a lot of cold cases out there, when you look at the percentages, we solve almost all of our cases within the first week. Yes, occasionally there's a cold case, and we continue to work those. These agents, the investigators, they carve out time. Even though they're missing birthdays, they're missing holidays, they're missing important events being called out to current cases, they still carve out time to find a way to chase down these offenders in these cold cases and bring justice to the families. So one final note. To the families of victims in other cold cases, let this give you hope that the answers you seek are still being sought. To the offenders in other cold cases, let this bring you fear, sleepless nights, knowing we will not stop looking for you. And to the communities we serve, let this bring you pride and confidence that these cases are never forgotten and continue to be investigated. There is still hope for justice. Thank you. So now we'll take questions. Yes, ma'am.
So, who actually killed Doris? Did John indeed hire the two men previously charged? And are you trying to expand suspects?
So the question was, who actually killed Doris, and did the men we previously charged commit it, and are we still looking for additional suspects? Yeah. So I can't speak to an active investigative acts. Of course, I mentioned earlier, John instigated a conspiracy to commit this murder. And yes, we know John was not there. However, there were two other individuals charged, one of which has since died from medical causes, and one of which has just recently been released from prison, who was initially cooperative with us. We are continuing to investigate and hope that we continue to get cooperation. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, has John or his family made any statements since his arrest? And also just to be clear, as far as the relationship between John and Manny, were they ever married? Like, what's their current relationship and where is she now?
So the question was, has John or his family ever made a statement regarding this arrest? And was John and Paula ever married?
Yeah.
Right? So to my knowledge, John or his family has not made a statement recently. I wasn't here when the incident actually occurred, so I'm not sure if there was one made at the time. John and Paula were not married while they were in Costa Rica, as best we can tell. Yes, ma'am.
Has John always been a person of interest?
I can't tell you from like the very beginning, because I wasn't there. We'd have to talk to initial investigators. It's my understanding that it was initially thought to be a robbery and possible retaliation, and there was some period of time before John became a suspect or became a person of interest, but I can't tell you the time frame on that.
Is it possible we can get the names of the other two suspects that were arrested?
I mentioned them earlier. Yeah, Glenn Rodriguez and Brandon Cage. Yes, ma'am.
Did John and Paula?
They were mentioned in that.
The question was, did John and
Four-part
Paula
series.
have children together? Not to our knowledge, no, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
What is your theory about what happened inside of John's Ford Park that day?
I'm going to refrain from providing theories or hypotheticals at this point. We are investigating. These are motives and things that have occurred that we will discuss with the district attorney's office as we prepare for prosecution.
Okay, well then, is Paula a person of interest or a suspect?
So I'm trying to repeat the question. So is Paula a person of interest or a suspect? Paula has cooperated and has provided us information, and in our mind, she is not a suspect. Yes, ma'am.
So do you know where Paula is? Is she still in Costa Rica?
So the question was, do I know where Paula is, and is she still in Costa Rica? I do know where Paula is, but I cannot comment as to her whereabouts at this time.
And have you all been in contact with the children since the arrest?
So the question was, have we been in contact with the children
That's a
since
good
the arrest?
question.
We did make contact with two of the children who were present when the arrest occurred. Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
What do you believe John Worrell's motive was?
The question was what we believe
Life insurance.
John Worrell's motive was.
And to
We
be
believe
with
there
her.
were several, one of which I discussed earlier, which was a divorce would
Yeah,
In a
pay child
divorce, he would
support.
likely lose his kids. There are other motives, but I'd prefer to hold those back until they're presented in a prosecution. Yes, ma'am.
Are you all aware if John committed other crimes prior to the murder of Doris?
The question is whether we're aware of other crimes that John may have committed prior to Doris's murder. We've heard of some, but I can't comment on prior criminal history or anything else there. Yes, ma'am.
Was John's arrest based solely off of Paula's testimony?
So the question was John's arrest based solely off Paula's testimony or her cooperation. As I referenced earlier, there were investigative acts that were being done over the years relentlessly. And part of those acts provided new information. Part of those acts confirmed or corroborated information that we had learned over the years. That information combined with Paula's cooperation is what led to this arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Was Paula given immunity?
The question was Paula given immunity. I can't comment as to Paula's involvement or how the cooperation occurred at this time. Yes, ma'am.
In earlier reports of the case, a murder weapon was never retrieved. Were you all able to, are you?
No, I didn't cover this one.
Was it ever retrieved in that time?
Yeah, so the question is the firearm that was
There's no
used in the murder, if we were able to recover it. I can't speak to physical evidence at this time. That will all be presented during the prosecution. Yes, ma'am.
Ever since John has been arrested, has he made any statements or pleaded innocence, or is he cooperating?
The question is, has John cooperated or provided any statements since his arrest? John has not provided a statement since his arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Are there any pending court dates moving forward, and what's the next steps in the legal process?
So the question is there any pending court dates scheduled, and what's the next step in the process? There are no court dates to my knowledge set. He just made it back to Coffee County last night, late last night at that. And so there's been nothing that I know that's been added to the court calendar. As far as upcoming or any other upcoming court procedures, really the next step is for us to get a case filed to the district attorney's office so that we can present it to a grand jury. Any other questions?
If we could get a recap of the charges that he'll be facing in this case.
Okay. He asked for a recap of the charges. Those charges are, John has been charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, and conspiracy to commit murder. Anything else?
To speak on your question that you asked a while ago, he did have a first appearance. First appearance hearing this morning where he was denied bond.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, everyone, for attending. There will be additional information, I believe, going out.
I think that was a perfect press conference. I mean, the questions were good in general. He repeated every question so you knew what the hell was asked. Yeah. Where was the one I was just going to look at? Yeah, maybe this one right here. So that's him pretending he's all upset right there. On the morning of Wednesday, September 20th, 2006, Doris Worrell, mother of 3 young children, was shot and killed inside John's Sports Park. So he actually owns this little sports park. The Worrell family business, a small amusement park with miniature golf, go-karts, skating rink, driving range, batting cage, arcade, and other such attractions. The park was a family-oriented facility that had become a popular hangout for kids and families in Coffee and surrounding counties. Doris's death sent shockwaves through the Douglas Coffee County community. At the time of her murder, Doris was inside the park with Paola Yarberry. Now, from that 4-part series on Crime Online, she was asked to come help, clean it up that day, and she's never done that before, but she was told to come in and do that. A young lady who lived with the Worrells and helped care for their children and was a student at Southern South Georgia College, Yarberry, a native of Venezuela, was in the United States illegally. The Worrells had taken her and were going through the process of helping her get her immigration status straightened out. Doris's husband, John, was not at the park at the time of the shooting. The prevailing theory in the immediate aftermath of the shooting was that it was a retaliation for John expelling people from the park who supposedly had affiliations to local gangs. It didn't take long, however, for investigators to form another opinion regarding what they believed happened. And you guys, just letting you know, we're only at 1/6 of a nightly goal. So I'm not sure what to say or how to get things rolling along tonight, but I know it's not the really big case. But if you guys are out there and can help support the channel, we try to raise money on every single night, every single show. And that is to allow us to also be able to give a ton of money at the end of each month. We've already given $2,000 out this month so far, and that's what allows us to do it. So my channel relies solely on you guys during these live streams because there is really no ad revenue to speak of. So I'm not really sure. I keep saying the same thing over and over, you guys. I don't know what else to say. I can't make something just appear. It comes down to you guys wanting to support the channel, and if you can, that would be awesome. But I don't have any. I can't just snap a finger and something happens. All right. Let's see. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case, and agents thought it highly likely that John Worrell was involved in the death of his wife. However, Worrell was never arrested. That changed on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, nearly 19 years after Doris's death, when Worrell was arrested in Missouri on several charges, including malice murder. He has waived his right to an extradition hearing and will be brought back to Coffee County, where he will be booked into the Coffee County Jail. Thanks, Dixie Hippie. Though no one was arrested and charged with murder until this week, there has been several important developments in the case over the years. Below is a timeline of key events related to. So this should be pretty interesting. On September 20th, 2006, Doris was shot and killed inside John Sports Park. John Worrell, her husband, was not on the premises at the time. Paola Yarberry, a young lady and illegal immigrant who lived with the Worrells and whom the Worrells were helping with their immigration status, she was also their maid, was inside the park cleaning Tubetown, a kiddie area where the shooting happened. The initial motive behind the shooting was a gang retaliation for John expelling people from the park who had gang affiliations. Between Doris's death and funeral, local law enforcement staged roadblocks in the area of the sports park in an effort to find potential suspects. Saturday, September 23rd, 2006, Doris Worrell was laid to rest in Douglas City Cemetery. Her funeral was held at 2 p.m. that day at First Baptist Church. May 2nd, 2007, Paola Yarberry was arrested at Hannah Restaurant, now closed in Douglas, while she was eating lunch with her friends. She was taken to an immigration and customs enforcement facility in Alabama. They were trying to put pressure on her because at that point they must have now were suspicious, where she was held for several months. Agents believed Yarberry knew more about Doris's death than she admitted and leveraged her immigration status to gain more information. On the same day Yarberry was arrested, then District Attorney Rick Curry sent a letter to an unnamed individual in Atlanta asking that Yarberry not be released from ICE custody. In the papers Curry sent to Atlanta were the following statements. A District Attorney of the Waycross Judicial Circuit, I have responsibility over murder prosecution in Coffee County, in addition to her admission that she is withholding information. Hey, thanks, Timothy Cecil. Oh, is it Memorial Day coming up? Yeah, I'm just sort of, I don't know, man. I think I've got like 1 degree of fever, which makes it weird. This feels weird, you know. I'm usually about 97.6, and now I'm like 98 something. Even though that sounds normal to most people, it's not normal for me. Okay. Yeah, 98.5 or something. I know 98.6 is the average, but that's not what mine is. In August of 2007, John Worrell moved his family to Fernandino Beach in Florida. There he met another young woman and began a relationship with her, ultimately fathering a child. Wow, I didn't know that. The two never married, and the relationship did not last long. February of 2008, agents' efforts to get Paola Yarberry to talk hit the proverbial brick wall. Ultimately, she was deported. On March 17, 2008, Glidden Rodriguez, who was an employee of John's sports park when Doris was murdered, and Brandon Cage were arrested in connection with the murder and charged with conspiracy to commit murder. They were held out of county for a period of time, but ultimately released. The charges were dropped. Rodriguez has since passed away. Cage has a lengthy criminal record and was released from prison earlier this month after serving a sentence for aggravated assault, according to Georgia Department of Corrections. Maybe he's the shooter. See, the thing is, I would actually cut that guy, that person, a complete deal to get John, because that guy, he served a lot of years in prison, and I always think murder for hire. The killers are just sort of the weapon that the person who hired them used. You know, even though they're kind of like a sociopath, you know, they don't have any, you know, they probably didn't have any malice or anything. They just did it to get money. You know, I mean, that's horrible, but I think in that case, I would cut a deal. You know, maybe give him some small thing like 5 years and then have him spill the beans, because I bet you that's the guy. Anybody here? It's like the chat's just, I mean, Timothy Cecil's comment was made like 15 minutes ago, and there's like, man, it's like talking to a brick wall. Let's see. In August of 2008, John Worrell moved to Liberia, Costa Rica, where he opened an ice business. Yarberry also moved to Liberia, and the two lived together down there for many years. And About Me profile posted from his time in Costa Rica states the following. Hey, I'm John, and here's a short bio of my life. My education background started with an associate psychology from Abraham Baldwin College and finished with the BBA in business administration. I have a passion for fishing, sports, and outdoors. My son and I try to fish every weekend as long as he has no basketball games. Both of my daughters are currently attending University of Canada on basketball scholarships. I am a God-fearing and family-loving man, shut the hell up, who cherishes the time he spends with his family and friends. Yeah, we were all waiting for you, Naomi. I'm glad you showed up. In the summer of 2016, Crime Watch Daily filmed an episode. That's why I looked that up. I found the 2016 four-parter. You guys should go watch it. It's pretty interesting. Daily filmed an episode devoted to the murder. They actually tracked him down in Costa Rica, and they were in the Yarborough was all like, "Hey, you know, what are you doing here?" You know, really pissed off. In the summer of 2022, a Georgia State Patrol dive team searched the pond near Broxton for the gun used in the murder. Divers did not find anything. Updated developments, Worrell and Yarberry eventually split up. He moved back to the United States while she stayed in Costa Rica. That was kind of dumb of him. Worrell would visit Coffee County from time to time, but he never stayed very long. Agents from the GBI continued to work the case both domestically and internationally, and their work led to Tuesday's arrest of John Worrell in Maryville, Missouri. He was charged with malice murder, felony murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and aggravated battery. As of Thursday morning, he had not yet been booked into the Coffee County Jail. Yeah, he had the house that Doris lived in was pretty nice. It's right there. I mean, it's like I don't know if it's in a flood zone or anything, but I mean, that's, you know, that's where she lived. I mean, they probably both lived there at the time. And then she went to that park, you know, the John's Fun Park, and got shot. Alright, well, I don't have much more to say on that. Actually, just not feeling that good. Yeah, I mean, do you guys think he went to the bathroom? Like, after he thought he killed Xana and Ethan, he goes to the bathroom? You know? Like, I think, like, that's Xana, and then he knocks her down, and then he goes in and he stabs Ethan, and right now he carves something into his legs, and then maybe he went to the bathroom at that point. And then he hears Xana get up, and she's whimpering, like a crying sound. And then he comes out of the bathroom and says, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," to keep her calm. Well, how do you know, music lover? The defense said it looked like he tried to clean up. Jesus. I think through things a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, the prosecution's not going to mention something like that. Defense did. I don't know if he took something. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. I mean, the bathroom theory is, I mean, that's actually something people have thought of, you know, in the past, that maybe he went to the bathroom. I don't know. Now, the defense said that there's evidence that he cleaned up. The killer cleans stuff up, you know, whatever the term was. I don't know exactly what the wording was. Yeah, well, maybe that's why he was doing that, to rinse off stuff. I mean, I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to the question. Yeah, okay, see you later, music lover. You're not really that interesting. Thanks. No, it has nothing to do with why tonight sucks. Tonight just sucks because it sucks. Music lover, Chicago. It has nothing to do with anything other than that. Let's see. Right, I know, but you didn't even give an answer when you replied, Music Lover Chicago. Your reply was just coldly no to the bathroom question without explaining or anything. And I just think that's sort of rude, you know, like have some reasoning behind it instead of just coldly, you know, just, you know, I don't know, you know. I'm sort of stuck here in my animation. Yeah, I don't know what they meant when they said it looked like he cleaned up. Yeah, could have cleaned up. Yeah, where is that? I mean, what, you think he's gonna clean up in the room and wipe stuff down in the room and stuff? I mean, I don't know. That just sounds. It'd be interesting to know, though, for sure. Plus, I don't know. I'm just not feeling that good. And tonight, I don't know what's going on, but it looks like there was a cleanup. Hey, Georgina, how you doing these days? When was that last hearing? No, the defense said it. Oh, there it is, right here.
You don't have to tell her now, but
Daily versus real.
Didn't sound like that's what they were doing, Richie. They said the killer looked like they cleaned up. I don't know if they were pointing at the roommates. I don't know where that would come from in that statement. Heck is it? Oh, wait, that's not what I was gonna look. It's not in there.
It's identifying whether the defendant.
Well, thanks, Naomi. Some people just, like, oh, Grace said something to me, I'm out of here, instead of just thinking. I don't feel good at all, you guys. I'm doing the show because I do shows every single night. So even when I'm like the post office, rain, come, shine, I'm here, I'm not always in a great mood, etc. But I'm here anyways, all right? Just the way it is. If you don't like it, don't watch. I'm just at a point where I just don't care. I'm just me, and if you don't like me, then don't watch. It's as simple as that. Let's see. What was the wording that was actually used? I thought it was in this hearing when that was said. Wasn't it?
Received an offer and whether he has accepted, rejected.
Did they use the word cleanup? I can't remember the term that they used. No, I don't know. I don't know if that was the hearing or the one before. I have no idea. It could have been in the one but prior. Oh, that's what Lisa just said. But hey guys, I'm doing a show, so if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, we're only at a third of the goal, which is really disappointing since yesterday sort of made up for the previous day where we didn't make the goal, and tonight's the worst night of the month so far. So if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, regardless of how I'm feeling, etc., 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 I can't be a big cheerleader every single day with all happy and smiley. I just need the support because you guys know what we do. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go back and try to find the previous one. I don't know when that was. Maybe it was that one that was like 8 hours long. I don't know. Yeah, I feel worse tonight for some. I felt better earlier today, but not now.
I'm surprised you came on tonight. You sounded sick yesterday too. Thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you. I don't know where it is. When was the hearing before that one? Yeah, it was like, it was about 8 hours long. I don't know where it is. Oh well, I can't find that other one. Is that it? No. Wait, this one right here. Here it is. Live. That was the 9 hours. Koberger's psychotic. Hey, it was a good thing to pick up right there. Is Koberger psychotic? Yeah. And we only have one channel membership gifted tonight, you guys. That's the worst I've seen in a long time. And we have absolutely zero coffees other than the one that Plato sent in. Oh, there it is. That he has knowledge of cleanup of crime scene. Let's see. Hold on.
A self-authenticating pleading that the state filed about the DeSales document. They indicated that
that was like he has knowledge of how to do it. I don't know what the phraseology was. And I don't actually remember exactly where it came from, but I'm pretty sure it was in a hearing where one of them said that like there was indications of a cleanup or something, you know. I don't know, man. You guys remember the terminology on that? Yeah, that was a good one. 9 hours. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to, you know, like if I put the bathroom in there, people will be like, wow, what's going on? But I keep always trying to figure out how to make the "it's okay, I'm going to help you" sentence make sense to me. Thanks, Curly Lock Diva. Ugh, jeez. Yeah, thanks for getting the membership. Yeah, I mean, if he goes into the bathroom, then when he comes out, she's sort of standing up. You know, gets up to try to, like, what's going on? What's going on? And she's sort of heading over to Ethan instinctively, and then he comes from behind and goes, no, I'm here to help. I'm going to help you. I'm trying to figure out how she's head first with her, I mean, like face down, head towards the wall, and feet backwards. So that's sort of like from behind, kind of, right? Like, you know, of course, when you're in a battle like that, you know, you could easily just spin around like you're holding your stomach or something, and then you fall over. Yeah, well, they said efforts to clean up or something, but I can't find where that was. Where's the fence said that? When was that? There's no way the killer walked out with 0 blood on them. Well, of course. Idaho murder suspect asked for cleanup at crime scene. What is that? What does that mean? I don't know. I can't find it. He tackled her as she fled. Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, people just get so upset, like so too fast in here. You know, you just say something like, you know, I mean, what I don't like is when you throw out a suggestion, and I do it only when it's based on information that's out there, and then somebody replies, nope. Well, why? You know, give me your reason. You know, I can't stand that shit. I mean, it's so childish. You know, say like, you know, give an actual reason why, so I can look at it and go, yeah, maybe you're right. You know, saying, and then people say, well, you wouldn't want to get forensic information in the sink. Well, he doesn't have any. You know, he wore gloves, so he's just probably trying to get rid of. Maybe he was trying to exit somehow without leaving sort of like what direction he went or a trace or something. I don't know. I probably just shouldn't even have done a show tonight, to be honest with you. I thought I'd come on and try it, give it a shot, but I'm... He's not into it. It says I am obsessed. Well, yeah, it's pretty interesting. I just don't know what to do next here. I don't even have anything in the bathroom either. You know, like, the bathroom's right over here. There's a door, but there's no sinks or anything in there. Yes, I don't have anything. I mean, I guess I could put stuff in there. I did download some of my... I made a 3D model of a house in another case. And then, let's see. See what happens. There's no images of this bathroom either online or anything like that. Yeah, that's kind of right there. I don't know where the sink would be. Maybe it's right there when you come in.
Chewbacca?
I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Do you want to leave Sway BE?
Thank you. Trying for a wave. Yeah, maybe put that there. I mean, this kind of looks sort of similar to the toilet. I have no idea where everything is. Looks pretty good, right? I mean, I'm just randomly making a bathroom. I don't know what's in there. But Curly Lock Dive, I tried to go for a wave there, and not a soul picked up on it. Wow, look at that. It almost fits perfectly in there. Almost like it's the same bathroom. Thanks, Alec Jake.
Ocean wave emoji. Ocean wave emoji. Ocean wave emoji.
That probably goes right above the toilet, right?
Ocean wave emoji. Ocean wave emoji. Ocean wave emoji.
It's a pretty cool little quick bathroom there, right? Thanks, Naomi Rollins. Oh, man. Yeah. No, I don't need Advil. I need Tylenol and other stuff. So that's how I have the door. It's kind of a weird place for the door to be, right? I guess the bath, you know, I'm just guessing where the tub was. I mean, I guess, you know, there's probably not a tub right there. It's probably a corner shower. It doesn't open up like that. But it could, you know. Don't know. Thanks. And there's Michelle H. All right, so what do we do then? Yeah, this guy, he moves. I think it's this one. I'll just put the bathroom scenario in there. You know, the whole thing is, to me, it's like we're not going to get to know until we hear the trial. So, you know, I'm just trying to make it work with the part about the, you know, I mean, it could be what others think is that he just was nuts. You know, like, hey, I'm going to help you with your problems. You know, I'm going to help you. Like, you know, like in terms of I'm going to kill you, but he's just saying I'm going to help you. You know, I don't know. That's the thing. I do not know. Kind of kicks it open. Hey, thanks, J-Love. And Chicago, whatever, I forgot your name up there, but I'm sorry if I, offended you up there. I'm just, I don't understand. I don't know, to me it's just, have a little, try to be more respectful when you're replying. When I come up with a whole drawn out theory and you go, I don't think so. It's like, well, give me a reason. All right, we got 4 channel memberships. He doesn't say let's see. No, he doesn't say it to, I don't agree with that he says it to Ethan. He killed Ethan. Ethan was never awake. He's still on the bed. He got killed quick. Well, you type it in like that's the answer solely. You have no clue, so come up with something that says, yeah, I think it's possible that he was saying like this. Not, great, he says it's okay, going to help you. Said to Ethan, who is mortally wounded but still alive, just before he carves his hamstrings. I don't know. Anything's possible. I think it's Xana that's still alive. That's why you hear a thud. Yeah, there's no Ethan thud sound because I think Xana was kind of tried to stand up again, and then she hit the ground. Unless, of course, that sound you hear in the audio is literally just the battle, and then she hits the ground. Don't know. He just kicks the door. Yeah, we know what you're saying, Sully. Nobody knows the facts. Anything's possible, I guess. I think Ethan was just absolutely out cold and got hit in an artery, and he wouldn't be saying that to him. He's not there to help anybody. But I think he was trying to calm Xana down by when he's in the bathroom, right? In this scenario. Perhaps. So maybe I show him go like there. Let's see. See, I think tonight's like last night, other than we had, Cheryl Moran and Leon Littlejohn and a couple other people. Other than that, it was, we wouldn't have made it. I was looking at the numbers later. It's kind of sad. We used to have no problem. That's what I said. Dixie hippie. So. $169 to $250. All right, guys, any chance we can try to reach the goal tonight? $30 seconds for what? What are you talking about, Sully? Type in full sentences, man. Okay? Just typing in the word 30 seconds doesn't do anything for anybody. Hey, thanks, Curly Lock Diva. Yeah, maybe see if the rest of you can help out a little bit tonight. We can get there. We're getting close to the end of the month. I've been really trying my best to keep things going to the end of the month so we can have one of the good months to make up for month number 1, which was horrendous this year. So we're up to, I think, over 16,000, so that's good. I don't know what that means. Go beach escort. Type in a better sentence. What does that even mean? Gray, those photos of Xana's room look like pretty crime scene. What the hell does that even mean? What does that even mean anyways? Pre-crime scene. What does that mean? What photos? What are you talking about? Hey, thanks, Forgetful Mandy. Forgot to put the roof back on again. I saw him correct himself. That still didn't make any sense. Mustang Sally. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, it's not, they're not photos. I'm rendering it. I'm making the scene. I'm not going to put blood all over the place in these scenes, okay? I'm not doing it. So if you're here for the, like, putting blood all over the place and all that shit, I'm not going to do it. I mean, there might be a time where I make a still frame of what the room might have looked like or something based on what's said in court, but I'm not doing that. I'm just blurring out, just sort of suggesting fighting and things like that. I mean, is that what you're really referring to? Wow. That's crazy. Thanks, J-Love, or Jalov, or how do you say it? Give me the phonetic. Yeah, no, there's a ottoman and a rug. I mean, I still don't know what you're saying. Go beaches escort. I have no idea. I have no idea what you're saying. Type in, just start all over again. Type in one beautiful sentence. Okay? One big, beautiful sentence that makes sense. Because you haven't made sense yet. Gray, it really does. Let me explain it to you. All right, we need 20 more memberships tonight for me to be able to donate the 5. That's how far behind we are. Oh, J Love. Okay, I get it. Okay, J Love. My last name is Lovely, and YouTube put it that yeah. J Love. All right. And I don't need people to try to interpret it for me. Okay, I just need better sentences. I think this is what I think he did. This is what the theory I have right now. You know, I actually hold on a second. I gotta turn off that. I don't like it. This light back here, I don't want on. I like it when it's sort of coming from the darkness. That looks shitty. I think he goes. Let's see. What was I thinking earlier? Yeah, like he goes to the bathroom right away. Or it could be, I mean, I was actually thinking too that he sat down after he killed both of them, he thought. And then he sits down for a minute because he's sort of tired, whatever you want to, how you want to say it. Then he gets up and he goes to the bathroom to clean something up, and then he has to deal with Xana again. And then he knocks her down. Then he takes off like a bat out of hell. He's out of there. That's why he bolts by. So I think he sits down, you guys. Like, I think before he goes to the bathroom. That's what I was thinking later. I mean, I'm just trying to come up with a cohesive theory. This part here is just going to be completely, you know, people can type in what they think and everything. I just, you know, nobody knows. Except the investigators might have a better idea, and Koberger knows exactly what he did. Gray, you keep saying Koberger. Yeah, I hope I feel better too. My nose is about ready to, like, just, like, hold on, I gotta blow it. And thank you to Curly Lock Diva. Got the 5. We need 15 more memberships tonight. Jesus. So this should make it so the room's sort of dark back there. No, I heard what they said. That's not what they said. They said your pictures, your photographs. I read their correction. It didn't make sense. Still. Let's see. That's what the room looked like before the crime scene. Well, I'm sure it looked sort of similar during the crime, you know, with the carpet and everything, you know. Yeah, it still doesn't make sense. I think they're sort of saying that there must be blood spatter all over the place. Yeah, see, now that's too... God dang it. This sucks. Hold on, let me make that like 0.25, so there's a hint of the red light. Alright, try it one more time. Here we go. This one should look better. Hey, thanks, Naomi Rollins. Look at that. Alright. So I just need 10 more of those, and I'll gift the 5 myself. You might be right. What do you think that person was saying altogether? Like, I made it look like the crime scene, you know, how it looked. I mean, because I have the rug there and I have the ottoman in the right place, I think. And, shit. God dang it. It's not that dark in there. This is crazy. What's it doing? Is there two of them here? Okay, there's a light right here. And... okay. Yeah, I don't know. What images? I don't know. I don't have any. I haven't shown any crime scene images, is what I'm trying to say. Like, why is it so dark in there? Yeah. Jeez. Sorry, guys. I gotta. So that was 0.6 with that. Yeah, that's crazy. Why is it so dark in there? It shouldn't be dark like that. It's making me frustrated. Okay. Put that there. 0.7. This is why it takes so long to do all this. Okay, which one is that? That's 0.3. That's the blue light. That's the red one. That one in here. Like that. Thank you, Valerie. All right. Now it's like bright as hell again. What the hell's going on in here? This is ridiculous. Come on. That's better, I guess. A little darker, but now I have pictures. Zozo found me some pictures a while ago. I found one of them. I found randomly, but like these ones right here. See that? Like, I don't have all this stuff, posters and whatnot. Huh? Yeah, I already have the floor plan. Why are you sending me the floor plan? Come on, I already know the floor plan, you know? Let's see. So here's the, that's why I built the 3D model. I don't need the floor plan. So here's the door, and then right here we've got window, but there's that dark carpet straight through the door. And then after that, if you turn to the right, there's the bed, and there's an ottoman right there. So see that? The little, so I kind of have that sitting in the scene. I don't know if that's what that person was talking about. There's the ottoman back there. I'm not going for what the light looks like. Go beach, escort. I'm just doing it the way I want to do. I have red lights throughout the entire video. I'm not suddenly going to change it to yellow lights. Where do people like you come from, man? Oh, man. Yeah. There you go. See, that sentence makes sense. They said, the images you had shown last stream of Xana's room is probably how it looked when the crime happened. Yeah, I agree. Okay? I agree. But you didn't say that earlier. Now that makes sense. Yeah, nobody knows what the bathroom looked like, even in the crime pictures that you're sending. You know, nobody has any idea, like when they draw these things. I mean, anything's possible, I guess. Anything's possible. So you're saying the toilet's over in the corner. It's another one of those hexagonal shower kind of things. Like a, I don't know what that is over there. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but we don't know if that's really what it is. This is somebody just drawing something. Yeah, there was no photograph of that bathroom. And some of the other stuff doesn't really match, like the kitchen. I mean, I guess that could be a table. But there was this big, tall cabinet that they don't have in there for some reason. So I don't know. I'm not sure what's accurate or what isn't. And to be honest with you, I don't really care, like, what what it looks like in the bathroom, and like where the sink is. I think just a representation of a bathroom is good. I mean, the layout of the house is important, like where each of the rooms are, etc. But, if it's really bothersome, I'll go look into it, Mike. But I have that same floor plan. There's another floor plan out there too. Yeah, that's upstairs. See, that doesn't make sense. The upstairs up here. Like, see, this is what you're showing me here. See, this is what I don't have faith in this. See, this is the master bedroom upstairs. That's Kaylee's, diagonal slider right there. See that? No, I know you're trying to help. I didn't know what you were sending me that for. I thought you were... Anyway, see right there? There's the slider right there. And then, what's this over here? There isn't really this window or anything there. And the bed was over in the corner. And then the bath, this must be like a concept of a room. Because look at Madison's room is over here, and the bathroom's in this corner over here. You get it? Like, see this right here? The bathroom's in this corner. And then there's this hallway. This is the steps. Here you're at the top of the steps. You turn right. And then you go into Madison's room. And then there's no bed there. That's a bathroom there. This must have been a concept. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not even just too big. It's not right. I mean, the bathroom here is in the corner. It's right there. And the room only goes to right there. And then the hallway goes straight to a door that goes to a bathroom. You see what I'm saying, Mike? So I don't know how to take these things. Yeah, her room was tiny, and it shared a wall with the bathroom. This is a whole different, and by wall I mean the wall right by her bed. Doesn't look like that at all. So then it's hard to say, like, oh, is this one correct here? I don't know. And this bedroom here, so this isn't even right. I mean, like, see, this is Xana's, this is, not Xana, this is Dylan's room right here. See this? That's Dylan's room. That doesn't look like that at all. Dylan's room goes like this, straight off, and then there's a door right there that goes into the room, and the closet's over here, like, you know, it's completely off. This Dylan's bedroom here. So I don't know. Yeah, I know I have the bed right in Maddie's room. Go Beach Escort. I know what I'm doing. They either use it or not. Right. That's what I think. Have you made any more of your satire stuff, Mike? We'll have to put that to audio again. I like the one voice that I use for ChatGPT is pretty good, isn't it? It almost sounds like that's the voice it's supposed to be. I think these are really old. This isn't even what it looked like. So this is completely off. I have a better version. Let me show you the one that I just found today, ironically. I was actually contemplating like rebuilding the whole thing, but I'm thinking, why would I do that? It's already pretty, you know, it's pretty good. Yeah, right here. These are the ones I downloaded today. See, this is all pretty accurate. So here's the first floor, and then that's the storage bedroom, closet back. You know, this tells you the exact distances. Here it is, like the, you know, a bathroom, storage, the laundry room, and this is Bethany Funk's room right there. Then here's the second floor, perfect. Up the stairs, big living room. Take a right. You go down the hall through a door that's right there into Xana's room. And apparently, like, the bed is back over in this corner. Right here. Right there. Actually, I think it's like, let's see, when you come in. Yeah, I don't know if that's that long of a wall there, though. That's the thing. Let's see, you come in. I guess it does kind of go in there. Let's see. We can see it in my render. Arian's Adventures in the Shadows. All right. Yeah, on the version on the website that it's on, I just screen grabbed it. And it's just pictures from, you know, that online walkthrough that they did. Hey, Geo Beach Escort, what's going on with you? Yeah. So there we got the second floor. Yeah, it looks like the bathroom that I'm currently in is right there. So, you know, it's possible that that layout is correct. But as you can see, look at how different this looks than they had. The kitchen here. And they actually have their sink has got a diagonal angle on it. Yeah. Alright guys, we just need 10 more memberships tonight and we'll get right to the goal. We can do it. I lost the control panel. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Go Beach. Yeah, let's see. Yep, that's right. We need 10 more channel memberships, then I'll donate 5 myself. So that's floor, and then the third floor looks like that. So that's the roof over the second floor. And then it just simple, see how that looks like small Maddie bedroom right there. And then there's the bathroom, kind of similar to the map that you showed. And then here's, like I always say, Kaylee's room was about twice the size of Madison's room. It's basically if you took the entire bathroom and combined it with her room, that's how big hers was, even bigger, actually. Because it's wider, it's 11.8, this is 10 feet, and then it's only 8.9 feet that way, but it's 15 that way in that room. Hey, welcome, Roger S. Here, let's see, I think I do have that website. That, there it is right here. This is sort of a different one. They got rid of that one 360 degree. It doesn't load up. You know, so Zozo probably would like something like this. And then that's where I got the floor plan from. And then this is the side view. It has the height and everything. Oh yeah, so when you're on here, you can click on, like this is in, okay, I don't care about that. This one is in Xana's room, right here. Oh yeah, well he's not, that's not allowing it to, some of them still have the 360 view. But there's the closet, the door, the rug's going to be right there. So it does have a wall that kind of has a little bit of length to it there. Oops. I don't know what that means. There's 3 levels. How would there be one that only had 1 level? You mean one at a time? Alright, that's in the same... You know, that's kind of weird, right? That must be... that they put that in the... Hold on. Maybe I clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, that was down there. I want to be in this room. So that's Xana's room. This one is Xana's room. There's a little closet there. And that one is Xana's room. And then apparently that's a bath. Oh, that's downstairs. Second floor, it says bath. Oh. Huh. I guess there is a shower there. That looks more like what I have. Right, Mike? Look at that. You open the door and there's a shower on the right. And a sink in front of you. And then there's a... But I think that's the laundry room downstairs. I don't think that this is accurate. I think this is downstairs. There's a washer and dryer right there. But they did put it right here on the second floor. And then there's the living room, and that's Dylan's room right there. And now we're back where they had the couch. That's Dylan's room. Yeah, and see, like, this thing right here is never really mentioned. This little cabinet or whatever the hell that is. pretty big. It's a laundry room, but it also had a shower in it. I doubt they had a laundry room on the second floor, too. Yeah, well, this one's pretty good too right here, though, because this is each floor. Like that has the floor and the steps that go up. Yeah, go up to this floor, and then that's what it looks like. And I don't know. I didn't. To me, it just all kind of makes sense. And hey, there's Alley Cake. 9 more to go, you guys. 9 more to go. Welcome, Susie. And see, then I need something to, I don't know, I guess I could put like him turning or something. Let's see. Oh, I know what I can do. I can just take the same one. Put it right over here. So no dice on the 9 more memberships. We can do it. We know where the feet were. We know Go Beach Escort. We know. I'm working through the animation. Go Beach is... You're getting really annoying to me, okay? I've already explained it at the beginning that her feet are facing the other direction. So that's why I have her getting up again, and then he attacks her and then falls forward, okay? You almost you sort of have an odd feeling, your comments. Yeah, we still only have the one coffee, too. Real struggle of a night. Jesus. No, you aren't, Go Beach. You're trying to throw out everything you know to try to, like, you know, it's wild. I know the whole layout. I know all this stuff. I just don't need your constant updating and trying to... It's not helpful. Okay, I've already got it. What are you referring to, Idaho me? Yeah, mean that there's no coffees? Yeah, I don't know, man. Not sure what's going on tonight. Hey, thanks, Forgetful Mandy. All right, 8 more, 8 more. Actually, let's see. Hold on. Let me mathematically. We need 7 more now. Or any combination. Yeah, like a $5 is worth 1, you know. So $35 is really what we're looking for to get to the, where I'll donate my 5 memberships, which is $25 for reaching the goal. And then we'll have, if we do that, we'll have like almost 30, 27, or no, about 29. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, I just feel so, like, you know, when you kind of hold your eyes shut, it has heat to it. I don't get it. Yeah, 98 point, I don't know what that says, 7. That's high for me. It's really like 99 or something for other people. Hey, look at that. Dixie Hippie Investigates just gifted one to Kimberly Renee. So now we got 6 more to go. I'm going to go use the restroom really quick and then come back here. See, look how long this stuff takes, though, you know? It's just hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Yeah, just it's crazy. Ugh. So Valenzuela with the coffee. So now we need 5 more channel memberships. Something. Or, you know, any combination, like I was saying. That's right, Linda Howell, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations. And crop circles. Jeez. Yeah. I feel worse right now than I did yesterday, but I felt better this morning than I did yesterday. So we'll see. Maybe this is like the peak. I don't know. I hardly ever get like colds or anything like that. Hey, look at that. We've got J Love. There we go. I said it right. I don't know. And there we go. Look at that. 10 of them. Got Polka, Carly with an I, Impossible Dreamer, Shay, WVR, Mandy, Dennis, Sally, Heidi Folk, D, Briggs, Tis Me. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, nothing. I'm feeling the same way, Mike. Nothing's making me happy. Oh yeah. Well, that's good to hear, J Love. There's a lot of people who absolutely hate my channel. See, a lot of people don't like my channel because I'll say stuff like, "Hey, if you guys can help support the channel," I keep trying to get to the goals, okay? Because I know without us reaching goals and bringing in as as much income as possible, that we aren't going to be able to do on the side all the other stuff that we do, right? Because there's a certain amount that I just need for my channel to make it worth doing this, right? And I get, there's ad revenue, et cetera, but there's people out there and all they do is bitch and bitch and bitch about me saying, "Hey, you guys, if you guys can help support the channel." I know it gets kind of old after a while, but I don't have any other options when I do the live streams. I can't make somebody just go, "Yay!" And, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I've explained it 100,000 times. But, coming up soon, Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick will come back on. We have like 3 different DNA cases that we're finally getting. They're going to be doing the genetic genealogy somewhat soon here. All right, and that costs money. And we're the ones that pay for it. It's a totally worthwhile thing to do for identifying Jane and John Does. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, so the last one said, "Lots of good news." This is from Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick. "Just got word that the Indiana State Police torso case has been extracted from the femurs. I got the extractions done for almost free. We'll get about 0.8 nanograms. I'll know more tomorrow." Which is pretty good. I mean, it's not a picogram. It's almost, almost a nanogram. She did something with picograms before. Then also the 1972 Volusia County teen doe is going to be extracted again next week. So far, we have about 450 picograms from a femur and a metatarsal, and plan to extract from the other femur, looking promising. They just need to keep getting as much DNA as possible. Everyone else has failed at this one. And then we also had Terret doe from King County, could be out of the lab next week and uploaded to the database. I'll advise you on how it looks as soon as we know. So he said, "Big hugs, Gray. There will be lots to talk about on the show in the coming weeks." Can I get a boom? All right. And so the thing is I feel like kind of like an obligation, like I'm always pushing to bring in income, so that on the side, I usually try to donate I guess now it's like between 25 and 35% of the gross income that comes in. I have to pay taxes and all the other shit. And I think that's pretty fair, right? I mean, it's understandable, and you only stick to I don't do I guess you have to try to make your thumbnails clickbaity, but even then I feel kind of dumb, but I mean, why not? Why? Who cares? As long as you're material. I mean, I guess if you're lying in the thumbnail, that would be bad. All right, so I hope you guys understand why I'm always doing what like on the shows. I'm I don't want, when you have the nights where nobody's supporting the channel, it really sets you back where now you gotta really kick ass on like a whole bunch of different nights and to try to make up for that one. I know business is, that's how it is in the business world, like some nights aren't as good as others, but it's weird when you have a night where, let's say super chats and everything, $600 comes in or something. Then the next night, 180. Like what makes that, that's such a massive difference, and that's where it gets hard. Yeah, so, and that's where all the hate comes from on my channel. You always hear the people, in the hate groups and hate channels. They always go, "Oh, that gray guy, he begs, he begs. Oh, he's an e-beggar," and they're just lunatics. Okay, I don't have to. I mean, if I didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to fund anything. I guarantee it. Because my channel wouldn't make enough for. I guess we could fund. Like I might be able to get $500 here and there. But we do like 4,000 and 5,000 some months, okay? Maybe in one month we did 10, a couple like last 2 years ago. All right, so that's pretty crazy. And we're at 240, almost like 245,000. So pretty soon here we're going to reach the 250, the $250,000 mark. And guess what? You won't hear one peep from the trolls. They won't mention it. Because it doesn't fit their narrative, They don't want to let people know, like, oh, look at that guy, look at that, look at that. Ugh. They're just crazy people. All right, let me see if I put the this new one in. See? And then I think if I do another cut to like Dylan or something, and then I could make it, I don't have to worry about him turning around. I think I can go right there on that when he's putting that foot down. See, I like to do stuff like that. See, like right when he's turning and the left foot hits the ground, right? It's just about to hit the ground. The left leg's coming forward. Well, that's probably the same thing as like right, maybe like right there, It's hard to get it exact because right, okay, so there I need to put something in between. That's the carving of the legs. And then walking away. So I guess, if we could find something where he's just standing there and he sort of turns to the left, I think that would work. A different shot, turns to the left, and then he starts walking. Hey, and thanks, Sandy, for your coffee earlier, I think. Thought I saw one pop up. Well, thank you. There you go. Great, I feel for you. My head feels like it's got a tight iron band around it. Yeah. I hardly ever get these little. I've had COVID twice, but I don't get these like other things, flu or But my wife seems to bring it home a lot from the doctors, at the hospital she works at. I thought, wow, I got this one in the bag. I'm not going to get this one, and there it came. We didn't even kiss in 2 days either, because I didn't want to catch it, but I caught it anyways. All right, let's see if I've got one that's just like a turn to the right. File, import. Turn left. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's pretty good. So he could be in that same spot. Now watch. If he turns, then just that little bit of a turn, and then you cut to the other scene where he's walking. I think that works. So he's right there, and then he turns. I gotta change the animation to later when select child nodes and slide that over here where she's already on the ground. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. How's he holding the knife? Yeah. It's all about editing. See? So now he's going to be there and he turns like, I think I'll go like right there, and then he cut over to this. And he starts walking out. See? Then it's like he was there, and then he turns and he goes into the bathroom. Oh, look at the knife goes right into the door there. It's fast enough. Nobody's going to notice. You guys will, because you just saw it. But you see that little move right there? Alright. Maybe I'll move it just to there. Turn. Render setup. Oh yeah, this is from 225 to 265. See. Oh. That's not gonna be good. Ah, it's dark in there. Let's see. Huh. I get it. I know he said that. We don't know if he had a kill kit or not. That's his opinion. He doesn't know if he had a kill. He just thinks he had a kill kit by the sliding glass door. That's what he said. He doesn't know that there was a kill kit there. And I get really tired of the term kill kit. You know, so overused. Everybody wants it to be like Israel Keys or something. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Steve mentioned the kill kit because he has inside information. He just thinks. I think that he left something by his car to help mitigate the blood spatter. That's what I think. And that's just an opinion. However, it's based on evidence. The dog barking and the thud was just before 2:18, and his car speeds away at 2:20 and 47 seconds. So that means there's probably roughly 2 minutes where he doesn't leave yet. He's at his car doing something. And I think that was, he was doing something to drastically limit the blood that entered that vehicle, and he learned how to do that in the classes that he took by not contaminating the crime scene. Okay? All right. You sound so chilled and not well. My nose is plugged, yeah. I'm not chilled. I don't know what that means. I don't feel chilly or anything. But my nose is plugged and definitely not feeling great. I don't know if you think you'd want to drive around and get pulled over with your car, everything covered in plastic in your vehicle. I think that'd be pretty ridiculous. I think he wouldn't want to get into the car with anything at all with blood on it. Yeah. I guess that's similar to the, like, why would he clean? I mean, he's just rinsing off somebody else's blood in the bathroom. It's not his. Like, he didn't get cut or anything. Well, thanks, Idaho Mima. You came down with something today? Well, anybody out there that's not feeling good, hope you feel better. No, he just took off. He wore something, and then he took off whatever the outer thing that he was wearing, put that into plastic bags, and he already had a set of something else on the side. And, you know, somebody in here that was a nurse explained how you can do it like in a minute. You put on the whole outfit and you take it off from like almost like the inside out, and it rolls up into a ball, and then you put it in the, you know, you don't contaminate anything. You don't get anything on yourself. Shit. I don't know if it was that great. You know, he didn't, nobody, you know, for a month he was washing his car, and, you know, so I think he just didn't. I think what he really, like, I think he left the knife sheath there intentionally. So he's probably just freaking out at himself, like, how stupid, I thought I cleaned that thing perfectly. What the hell's on his face right there? What's going on this picture? I don't understand. What's happening? Oh, that's the knife back there. Okay. Yeah, I think when the dog was barking and, you know, after the thud and the dog's barking, he's leaving. I don't think a lot of killers would hang around at a house where a dog's barking really loudly. And yet he still spent 2 minutes changing, trying to make sure he didn't transfer that blood into his car. You know, if you believe that the dog barking and the thud is when he left, you could also believe that that's when he sat down in the chair for a minute or two. But that'd be almost insane with a dog barking. Nah. See, you listen to a lot of like crazy people go beaches escort. You know, yeah. There's no evidence at all that it just keeps barking, and that's what Ann Taylor says. Stuff like that. And if it just kept barking, so what? You know. I mean, what point does that serve to say, I agree, Walker, but the dog was barking for a half hour after. So what? Who cares? Yeah, I've heard it mentioned. But I think it was a defense court document. I mean, it was Ann Taylor who brought it. I remember that in one of the hearings. And what difference does it make if it kept barking for a half hour? It's irrelevant. Right? I mean, what relevance would that have? He left at 2:20 or 4:20 and 47 seconds. We do know when he was in there. He was in the Elantra driving away at 4:20 and about 30 seconds. What are you talking about? Have you not watched any of my videos or? Whew. Wow. Yikes. All right, here we go. Let's see. Got that. Hey, look at that. That works pretty good, right? Although, I think I need to... That sucks. I don't want to... I like his head if it wasn't turned that much. I just told you, go beach escort. Are you doing this intentionally? The dog barked at like right around closer to 4:18 than 4:17, first of all. And then he likely exits the house right then, right? And then he drives away at a high rate of speed at 4:20 and 47 seconds. You can see him. I don't know what you're arguing. It's not interesting. Can you come up with something else? It's like you're just purposely trying to... And we've gone over all this 1,000 times. I think he undressed at the... I don't at all. I think he would want to get near his car, not have like somebody come into the house and see him changing over there with the dog barking, etc. I don't know if it ruined it. I think it's possible that Dateline created a scenario where the judge feels sort of obligated to postpone the trial a little bit. That's what I fear. I don't know. It's weird though. Just comment after comment after comment. It's all been discussed and worked through and I think he took off whatever he was wearing, got into the car, and out of caution, like he was doing with his trash, he spent weeks cleaning his car over and over and over, using bleach, etc., 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 to make sure that any remnants, but he drastically reduced the blood spatter from getting into that car. Shit. Hope that's about it. Hope that's your last question there. Thanks. Here. Where does Michelle H. live? Oh, Australia, yeah. G'day, mate. The land of the marsupials. And the craziest creature on the planet. The duck-billed platypus. You know, if you don't believe in evolution and you think God created creatures, then he was absolutely wasted when he came up with the duck-billed platypus. I mean, he was, had like 75 vodka tonics, absolutely drunk out of his mind. Like I do, you're from Australia. I don't know why that kind of groggy little. But if you're watching the show and you're out there, if you want to help support the channel, that'd be great. I just sent the 5 memberships in earlier because that's what I do when we reach a certain number, but it doesn't keep anybody else from supporting the channel, so we can try to have a decent night. Yeah, that's what I think. Like he just undressed right by his open driver door, which is kind of hidden from the street itself. You know? I mean, I'm a little bit surprised that he just needed to do that. That was like a thing that he had to do. So that whole time, like, you know how nervous he was when he was doing the blood spatter mitigation? I mean, he was just probably hustling really fast and just, oh my God, I gotta get going. And then when he finally got done, he just sped out of there so fast because he wasn't sure if somebody was going to be coming. Ah, jeez. Hey, Walker. Thank you. Theories on the case have similar thoughts. Oh, there you go. There you go. You don't like all of my theories?
Unlike some of your theories on this case, we have similar thoughts. Smiley face emoji.
All right. What theory don't you agree with? Oh, man. Oh, the calling card. Yeah. Well, we'll see. So I look at it like Kohberger is a person who, he's not like a natural serial killer, like a guy that, on his own, sort of quietly behind the scenes. He was somebody that learned about serial killers and thought, wow, this will be cool. So I think he would want to incorporate all of the, quote, cool things that serial killers do. Like a signature, calling card, try to mimic one of the other serial killers, do this and that and this and that. And that's why I think it's very possible that he left the night. I feel like the prosecution is just going to argue that it was in a battle, got knocked off, because it sounds better and it makes the victims appear that there was something going on. However, I think it makes a hell of a lot of sense that he left it there. That's why it was so clean. You have this knife sheath that's absolutely completely clean. There's no single source DNA on it except right underneath the button snap. So that sort of indicates to me that he cleaned the rest of it. And he wouldn't clean it just to why would you spend time cleaning a knife sheath that you're going to be taking with you? And then I don't want to hear the argument, well, because just in case, if he... That's garbage, okay? Yeah, he's not that, he doesn't think like that. So I think that I don't think he would think ahead, like, if I accidentally leave the sheath, I better have it nice and... Yeah, I think that he purchased... he was going to buy other K-bar knives and knife sheaths, and he was going to use those, this is just my opinion, theory, that he was going to kill other people. And I think this murder was supposed to be just Madison Mogen, and he was going to quietly go up to that room, and he was going to kill Madison Mogen in the middle of the night, maybe sit there for a while and revel in what he did, and then he was going to leave that knife sheath so that people knew that he was there. They just wouldn't know who he was. He just didn't clean it well enough. He didn't think about the bottom button snap. So that was his problem. Yeah. And so I think he was going to go on to kill other people and leave another K-bar knife sheath at another scene somewhere else, and people would start saying, oh, it's the K-bar killer. And he'd be laughing, I'm Kohberger, Kohberger, the K-bar killer. Thumbs up, everybody. So that's what I think. Anybody can think what you want. I just don't understand the hesitation or the sort of, people going, oh, I don't know, man. I really don't understand that. It seems almost sort of like very, very plausible that he left it there intentionally. It's not something that's like, oh yeah, well, here, let me give you some facts here. There's nothing you can tell me that is strong evidence that he left it there intentionally. Now, if they say that there's blood all over the knife sheath, and that was the only single source that they could find, yeah, I might think a little differently about it. But you'd still wonder how there isn't more DNA of him on that knife sheath, since he bought it, he probably held it. So there you go. There's my argument, Walker. Yeah. It's irrelevant, really. I think it would just be like if you left it there as a calling card, it just sort of would show more of his kind of like he's a psycho. But it doesn't affect anything. It's still DNA was found on the knife sheath, thankfully. Wait, he didn't. Come on, let me get rid of that. That doesn't have that. That's it. All right, what do you think of that? Watch. Carve. Then he gets up, heads out, goes into the bathroom. That's not bad. That looks pretty good. Now I keep seeing that knife go in there. What if I make these like slightly blurry, you know? Let's see what happens. That's pretty cool, actually. What do you guys think? Kind of like that, just the slight blurriness of it. You know? It's more blurry than slightly. You can still see it pretty good. I guess Walker didn't want to. He didn't want to reply. Hmm. Yeah, how about we let's have, I think he maybe, you know what, maybe he sits first. Like right there. See, this is what I was thinking for the 911 call. Use some of these. You know. Ooh, jeez. Maybe I'll have him sit in the chair right after that. Have you seen any other animations out there of the actual event? I haven't seen anything. Rebuttal approved. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I won't shock me if he left it there accidentally either. I'm just saying. That's just a thought. I don't know. That'd be pretty crazy if they were. I heard somebody say that on Ashley Banfield. They got it totally wrong on there. They said that the thumbs up picture was the next day, and that's not. It's not the next day. It's the same morning. In fact, it's just the murders happened at 4:08, 9 o'clock ish, 9:12. He's back there in Moscow, and then he drove back home, and then at 10:31 he took the photograph of his thumbs up. I had to put that comment underneath the video. Well, what day did they say on that documentary? I mean, Dateline would have said when those pictures were taken, right? Yeah, I know. The other ones with the hoodie, I don't know. I mean, that's what they were saying even on Ashley Banfield. Oh, yeah, those hoodie ones. Yeah, they were taken the next day. Well, maybe. I mean, I haven't seen the date on those. Is it in the special? Does it say the date in the special? I can probably find it. Hey, I like that one. Right there, look. He sits down on the... Let's see, is there another one of those? On the ottoman. What's that rate mean? Oh, that's high. And Taylor Fan Club. Hey, look at that. Come on. Are you kidding me? I think it said the pictures were taken after the murders. Right. Right, but remember, but the thing is, oh yeah, like maybe when he got home or something, that'd be pretty crazy, wouldn't it? That'd be pretty wild, Zoza. Oh, well, it could have been at 6 in the morning, though. I mean, if you want to go with your theory. When he got home at like 5:45 a.m., he could have taken pictures of himself before he changed clothes to then drive into Moscow. Yeah, you never know. Let's see. That's crazy, right? He just sort of sits down. I have it. I can watch it on. I can try to get those for you, Zozo. I think they're also on that Ashley Banfield show they did. But I can play it on Peacock and just kind of scan it through, I could probably find it. I can't see. Oh wait, let me move the camera in this one. I kind of want to see his face. That's the light, I mean. So I'm gonna put this light over in the corner. You know, I'm just changing it up. You know, keeping the lighting consistent, but the light's wherever I want it to be, so you can see. There isn't like a light in the room. It's just lit. You know what was weird is Dateline said they didn't alter them, they just like enhanced them. They were terrible images. So it almost did feel like they were from video. I mean, they were terrible, like jaggedy, you know, pixelated stuff. Well, there he is. So what did I have in here? So I think right there, I just have him sit. See? It's like he's turning, and then he just goes, he's going to go sit. It's like, shit. He looks behind him, then he sits down. Then I have to have him standing up. And I think that's all I need to do. Have him stand up, and then immediately he starts walking, then he goes to the bathroom. So how long we have him sitting for, I don't know. Yeah, maybe 20 seconds. Well, the video quality is really, really bad in it. Yeah, maybe while this is rendering, I can go try to find it. Of course, for some super chats, of course. You know. Did you hear, Gray? He wasn't gonna do his show unless they gave him super chats. All right. There's the Dateline. The Terrible Night on King Road.
And in that
2 years since our last report, we have...
Oh, there it was.
It's impossible to do a whole day's work in just...
I have an ad. No, I'm not putting a timestamp on it. Because I don't know. Nobody knows that kind of stuff. Like, where was he sitting? Where was he doing? You know, we don't know any of that. I'm just doing the representation of what could have happened and the sort of the order of things, like that. There's no reason to do a timestamp on it. It's only going to be like 2 minutes and 35 seconds, which matches what they said, but then You know, law enforcement said they did a test in 2 minutes and as long as 4 minutes, but 2 minutes they seemed like was pretty legit. Oh, Jesus. Oh, oh, shoot. They were just playing it. Darn it. Just a second. Hold on. I'll pause it and do screen grabs. A second. Oh yeah, I took the picture when he moved in. Ah, shoot. Man, it just, the other one went by so fast. But, hold on. See, look how bad this image is right here. Look at that thing. That's terrible. There's one right before it. They just did it so fast. There it is. Okay. Got that one. And there's the other one. I mean, that's no cameras take that poor of quality these days. There's just no, they just don't do that. No phone. Looks sort of like the other one. That one, he looks really creepy. This one, he looks weird in this one. I mean, not that he doesn't look weird in all of them, but this one right here, kind of a strange. There's another one. Yeah, look at all those super chats coming in. Oh wait, that was earlier. Never mind. Okay, here we go. I think they're part of a video. These are still frames from a video that law enforcement took out to use as still frames, but that's what they did. Is that the same one as the other one? That looks just like this. I mean, it looks the same as the other one. Yes, that was it. All right, there you go. I'd rather see the video at trial. But it looks like it to me, it's like the thumbnail version. You know, and like I think this is something he deleted. You guys? I think he deleted this, and this is the thumbnail version of the video. Like sometimes when I'm using DJI or something, it creates a lesser quality version of the same video. Similar like on Jody Arias' camera. He had something similar. Well, yeah, of course they're not prejudiced. This is, images he took. Let's see. I just sent you the images, those, the screen grabs, anyways. No, they think he's innocent, Walker. That's why Ann Taylor's working so hard. It's gotta be hard for the defense to be so friendly to him. What a monster he is. Because Ann Taylor's working so hard. Yeah, she doesn't, I think I've said it, and I think it's true, that she hasn't worked very hard on the case because she knows he's guilty. She's milking the system for all it's worth. It's a death penalty case, so of course you just keep dragging it out, dragging it out. She's even picked up another death penalty case. I mean, wouldn't the judge say, well, how do you have time for that? You haven't even done anything in this case. Yep, this is a longer clip here. I think we just sort of have him sitting in the room for a while. And it looks like Xana's not alive on the ground, so he gets up, walks to the bathroom. And then when he's in the bathroom, cleaning up a little bit, he hears Xana making whimpering sounds. And starting to get up even. One last gasp type of thing. And then he comes out of the bathroom and he goes, "Hey, it's going to be okay. I'm going to help you." To keep her quiet, and then he attacks her. Then there's a thud sound, and then that's when he takes off. After that, like she goes to the ground, and now he's out of there. Dogs barking, etc. So how about that? That's just how I'm going to make that work with the. So Xana's going to be getting up again. And then he's going to step forward. You'll see it blur like and this time he'll sort of catch her from behind, and then she'll fall forward because she's getting up from how she's on the ground, and then she's getting up, and then she's going to go like she's heading towards Ethan, sort of, like slightly. And then he attacks her again, and then she falls to the ground. I don't know. I mean, Dateline said that, but I've also heard that in recent court hearings or somewhere where Ann Taylor said that, the person there spent some time, cleaning up, and that's not in any of the documents, she said. So it's very possible. Well, she's lazy too, Sherry. The thing is and I believe Ann Taylor is lazy, and the reason she's lazy is because she doesn't have any. What do you call it? Like there's no fire under her, because she knows that the guy did it. So when she gets a terabyte worth of video, she doesn't even watch it because she already knows her client did it. If you really believed in your client's innocence, You would the second you got those videos, you'd be poring over that shit. You wouldn't even watch television. You'd be like, oh God, look at this. Ooh, ooh, look at that. Oh, ah, boom. You'd be so excited. Isn't that the truth? Look at us. If I had the same thing, I'd look at every second of it because I just like putting the pieces of the puzzle together. But if you were trying to save somebody's life and you believed in their innocence, you would watch all the surveillance footage and you'd try to find that little nugget because he's innocent, right? So there's got to be something that explains something else. And she doesn't do it. And I think she's absolutely lazy because of that. You know, she keeps using the same damn excuse over and over and over and over and over again. It's getting really old. Yeah, you'd fight for him and you'd be really looking for that nugget because you believe he's innocent, right? So you'd watch every bit of the surveillance footage. Huh? I'm the one that came up with the phrase blood spatter mitigation at the crime before he got into his car. That's my term. Well, yeah, lots of money being spent there. You know, those are different days. I wonder what he was doing on those other days. Maybe scouting out his next victim before he went on his trip back home, but he chickened out. Yeah, he was trying to buy that another K-bar knife and a sheath not too long after, and before he went home, maybe he was going to get another killing in and leave another K-bar knife. And that's why he's dressed like that. Well, because that's where everybody's entitled to a defense, you know. Yeah, she said cleanup also. Yeah. Ann Taylor said it. I mean, I remember her saying that in a hearing, but I don't know why I can't find it in my hearings. She might have used a different word than cleanup. You know, maybe it was some other phrase, but I don't know. And then I think Dateline said it also. Alright, freaks, let's get that last minute wave in. You know, the $2 hauler, as Zozo used to always call it. We can do it, man. We can have a decent night. Why is she allowed? Let's see. Man, nobody's typing in. I'm reading comments, but they're the same ones because there's 0 comments. Yeah, I don't know if he had a hoodie on though. He could have though, couldn't maybe. Sounds like I think he just probably would have had a balaclava. No, I do not think that, Ron. Who tells you stuff like that? Well, like, what makes you think of stuff like that? Yeah, I mean, he just said that because he wanted to say it. Another serial killer said the same thing. The clown guy, whatever the hell, I forgot his name. The serial killer clown. Buried the bodies underneath his house. I think in Illinois, was it? I don't remember. Yeah, John Wayne Gacy. There you go. Koberger was by himself. He's the killer. There is no doubt. I can't even make that voice right now. No, it doesn't make it easier. That means there's another person who can say something. Yeah, I think you're right about it. I think it's a video. And they're still frames. That's why it looks so poor. Because they're just getting each frame. But when you combine the frames together, it looks smoother. But either way, it's bad quality. So I'm wondering if it's like a thumbnail version of a video and he deleted the other ones but missed deleting those. Like sometimes they make a smaller version of your video for a thumbnail. And maybe that's all they had left after he deleted. Remember how he did stuff on his work computer and deleted stuff? I wonder if they found some of these over there. Oh yeah, you gave me a cameo. Yeah, that's why there's going to be no third-party suspect. Did he arrest anybody else? Well, I mean, basically, he's almost admitting that he was part of killing by saying that, right? Did you arrest anybody else? You know, I mean, I was there, but, yeah. You think he'd say, why are you arresting me? Well, Gray, that's because he's autistic. That's how he thinks. Hey, I could still make that voice right there. That was pretty good. Yeah. No, it has to be a nexus to the crime. But there isn't going to be any. Every piece of evidence points to Brian Koberger. That's right, then they cuffed his eyebrows, said ChatGPT. Papa Ryan, huh? Shit. Great. Tired. He could have. Because remember, again, he studied serial killers. That's why I think he just put a lot of things in there. You know, the calling card, the imitating Bundy and Danny Rolling, and just, he just thought he was so cool. He was going to impress his teacher. Oh, look at all those things. Maybe my teacher will know who did it, but won't say anything because she knows she taught me about all these people. Well, I guess that $2 hauler came and failed. I guess when I do it, it doesn't work. Maybe somebody else could try it. You do the, he thought he was. Hello, chick bait. Did it stop? Oh, there we go. Alright, let's see what happens. Uh-oh. Did I put these in here? Ah. Jeez. Put them all out on in a directory, like the parent directory. Shot 38. No, that's right. I made it. Put them in the right folder. Man, you guys. Yeah, see that right when he's turning? See that? Look better. See that? Right there, turn and that. Boom. Ha Sits down, huh? There's one. Look at Tab Tab. She did the $2 hauler. Very good. All right. Oh, there we go. It didn't happen, Tab Tab. Thanks for trying, though. Yeah, Minnesota killed Oklahoma City tonight. It's okay, Tab. We did okay earlier. We got to a point where I could donate my 5 memberships, but then it just crashed right after that. Hey, look at that. And so shines a good deed in a weary world. Ron Hendricks. You're no relation to Susan, are you? Hey, thank you. Just making a video right now. Not that you're aware of, right, Rod? Let's do this last little frame here, and then I'll have to work on the in the bathroom, and then Xana gets up, and then he's in the bathroom, sort of turns and hears something, goes out. I don't think he would have shut the door if he went into the bathroom. So he would hear something, and then comes out, and then he'll say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." I don't know what you're talking about, chickbait. Nobody knows what you mean. Let's see. Did they ever officially close Rachel? I was just looking at that Rachel Del Tondo case a couple weeks ago, and then today I was looking at the hell. I'm not gonna remember. Remember the lady that she was like a, you know, she did escorting, and she came home in Utah, and then had an Uber drop her off at a park, and then she was picked up by some guy who took her to his place and was, you know, commissioning to have a dungeon built below the house, and they ended up killing her, and he tried to burn her in the yard. Then he took her body, put it, yeah. That one. Actually, I think I could find it because it's in Utah. Yeah, right here. Remember Ayula Ajayi? That guy is like a Koberger type. Just some random schmo who just was going out and killing. Different type, but, you know. And then today, when I was watching it, I went out and found the exact spot where the where they found her body. See, look at it, it was way up here, and then I found there's this helicopter footage, and it was right there in these bushes, right there. I drove her all the way up, and he drove her all the way up here. After he tried to burn her in his yard, he then collected her up and then dumped her body out here. What happened to chickbait? making weird comments again? I know. What I feel really bad about is Susan Morphew's 2 daughters. What a cop out. They just absolutely let her mom down. I mean, I understand, like, oh yeah, you don't want to have another parent, but man. Yeah, that case was Mackenzie Lewick. And I watched like this whole thing on YouTube. It was like 45-minute show, and it was like it was pretty crazy. Kind of forgot. We had it all nailed down though, like all the stuff that we were saying at the park. That's when she met up with somebody else other than the Uber driver. And you know what's interesting about it is he lived in Logan right here, and that's where her body was found. But this is the area where he abducted her down here, and let's see, where it was, right there. So at this park right here, that's where the Uber driver dropped her off, and then he got her into her car, and then immediately had her turn her phone off, or he forced her to turn her phone off. And then this is the house that she was at for a while when she was being burned. And then he remembered, oh yeah, I lived up there. I know this one spot. So then he drove up to the area where he lived in 2015, and then he drove down this highway and then put her body right inside the bushes right there. Well, I don't know if they had psychics. Wasn't it that was the show when somebody called in pretending they were a psychic, and they said, "Oh yeah, let's see. There's going to be a water and some trees and a building." Yeah, pretty much every place. Well, yeah, the guy came. He never built the dungeon. Ayula asked him to build it, and he wouldn't do it. So I don't know if there was another person who built it, but it was a room that you could only get in it with a thumbprint. Had like little hooks on the wall and everything. It's pretty crazy. Are you okay, Rock Riga? Yeah, maybe somebody else. But the guy, he was in the documentary. Him and his kid, they turned it down because they thought it sounded too weird. I think that works pretty good. Crazy, huh? Look at that. What I could do is that when he sits down right there, then I could cut over to another shot of maybe Dylan sitting in her room or something and listening, then have him come back up. See, right now we're at 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Let's see, he goes in there, and that door is going to stay open, and I think then all of a sudden, maybe we have a shot that's sort of like this, and she stands back up again or something. Or, you know, have a shot of him from behind going into the bathroom, and then cut back over to another shot of her standing up. So, anyways, that's where we're at. And then this is the very end, leaving. Look at that. The bushy eyebrow shot right there. That's how it worked. See? All right, I think that's going to do it. Surprised I stayed on this long. Alley Cake, Timothy Moore, Carrie, Florida, K-Me, Alley Cake, gifted a membership, Alley Cake, Renee Drake, Carrie, Florida, Mrs. W, Dixie Hippie Investigates, Timothy Cecil, Georgina Stoliker, Naomi Rollins, as in Danny Rollins? No, I'm just kidding. M10, Alley Cake, Curly Lock Diva, something like Just Live or something. Just Live. Curly Lock Diva, Alley Cake, Naomi Rollins again. Then we have Michelle H gifted a membership. J Love gifted a membership. Then Curly Lock Diva, Forgetful Mandy, and J Love. That was a moment we got 3 20s in a row, and I thought, okay, here we go. And then we got Curly Lock Diva gifted 5, and then Naomi Rollins gifted 5, then Valerie, then Roger S became a new member, then Alley Cake gifted 1, then Forgetful Mandy gifted 1, and then Dixie Hippie Investigates gifted 1, and then J Love gifted 5, and then I gifted 5, then Walker, and then Ann Taylor Fan Club, Tab, and Ron Hendricks. Then we had Sandy Shirley, Lisa Valenzuela, and let's see, Play-Doh. Thank you guys on the coffee. Now, nobody banned you. You got timed out. You didn't ban that person, Lanky Tor, did you? You just timed them out, right? You make a lot of weird comments. I agree. They were kind of weird, but you don't need to, I mean, unless there's something really negative towards the channel, just let them go, I guess. Thanks, Lanky Tor. There's one at the end. Yeah, when the officer got there, the dog was in the room. Now, how do we know that somebody else didn't open the door to the room later? You know, nobody knows any of that stuff. We got to see the original body camera when the officer goes up to the room. Yeah, they're just timed out. They sent me an email whining again. Over and over and over and over again. All right, so anyways, thanks everybody. We will see you guys tomorrow. You know, who knows where we'll be on this. I think it's coming along pretty good, though. And I guess this is sort of the, you know, this is the from the chase on, like right in there. And she's like, ah. And then Dylan's like, kind of hears something. Then there's a fight with Xana and Koberger. And then, you know, and boom, like she gets stabbed and she goes down, and she's still in the room just going, what the hell's going on? I'm not sure what happened with her head there. That was kind of weird. Her hair, see that? It's like moving around on her head. No idea what's going on. And then he's stabbing Ethan. Now he's carving his legs right here. And then he just kind of sits down for a little bit like, just killed both of them. Alright, then he gets up, heads over to the bathroom. Right, that's where we're at. Pretty crazy, pretty crazy. Alright, everybody, thank you for being here. We'll see you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And thanks, everybody, for helping support the channel and getting to the goal, at least. You know, can't always have the greatest nights, but at least we got to the goal. So there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grader's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all. Just remember, I've a temple fucking check, y'all.
Hey, KK,
I have no agenda. I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right.
We're all Richard Allen.
Correct.
Okay, bye.